You said, baby, I'm not feeling it lately, but I hope we can be friends, don't you? You said maybe if things weren't so crazy, I could love you like I used to do. Then you kissed me goodbye and wished me the best in life. Said you needed some time to figure yourself out, but I knew right there you would come back here any day, just to tell me you regret everything you said on the day. 'Cause I know that you came. You say you do so well without me. You say you feel so good without me. Then why you at this bar alone, drinking on your own? Lover, lover, take some time to recover. Don't go chase another high too soon. Honey, honey, I know breakups ain't funny, still you're smiling at me like a fool. Then you kiss me goodnight and say it's the last time, but I knew right there you would come back here any day, just to tell me you regret everything you said on the day. 'Cause I know that you came. You say you do so well without me. You say you feel so good without me. Then why you at this bar alone, drinking on your own? You say you couldn't care less about me. Say you don't mind the arms around me. Then why you at this club alone, drinking on your own? Cause I know that you came. You say you do so well without me. You say you feel so good without me. Then why you at this bar alone, drinking on your own? You say you couldn't care less about me. Say you don't mind the arms around me. Then why you at this club alone, drinking on your own? Make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway for the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships, round number 5. Round number 5. So yeah, welcome to this next round here. As already I have forgotten to change the program overlay video. I knew I'd forget to do that at some point. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's stream. Hopefully you're all doing alright. And we're covered by 3 camera angles as per usual. And my name is Alex as well. The same old commentator that's been here for about 2 years now. You can find me on Instagram and on TikTok also. I did add that one eventually. Last time out. Weather at the moment is absolutely gorgeous here at Clay Pigeon. 17 degrees. And I have a fan on here, but it's actually making me more cold than anything else. But yes, some beautiful weather. And here is the camera angles for you. 2 standard ones as normal. But a little bit different for this one is this one that's just popped out of nowhere. So yeah, we have this camera angle which has these, which I have slightly edited the camera angles that you will see throughout this weekend. This live stream, just to give a few different angles for you to all see. So the quality is a little bit better in some places, but also the standard quality in others. Yeah, we'll eventually get some newer cameras along the line, but at the moment, we'll stick with these. So, hopefully you're all having a great day, because I know I am. And let's get the program of events for round 5. Feels weird saying round 5, it's running so quickly. So, here is the running order for you all. You'd be surprised with one of it. So we've got Rotax Micro Cadets out first, then Honda Cadets, then Junior Rotax. 20 something of them. FP4 World Formula joins us this weekend, and then followed by Senior Rotax. And then the 177s. We actually have a grid for them this time. 3 heats, 8 minutes plus lap as per usual. And the final is 12 minutes plus a lap. Which ain't bad going. So yeah, look at us go for this round. 177s. Now there's only 5 of them, so they will get some showtime today. And depending on what the racing's like, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, lots of cool stuff to be had. As a couple of my OBS stuff was not showing, but yes, hello to everybody who is watching at home. Throughout today, you can check out the results by scanning the QR code on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream. That will grant you every single one that pops up as we go along. Let me just double check though. So you will have to skip to 2024 and then round 5. I forgot the QR code isn't just for everything, but you can scan the QR code to get sent to the results website. So there we are. So we're looking at 1 and a bit minutes worth of practice left for the 177s here. And to which you can do some bits. Hopefully we're all going well. Let's get the microphone on for Out on Track. I was hanging out the other side of the building today. It's usually on the left hand side I have it on, but I've kept all of that closed this time round. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. We shall see how it goes. So there's the exit of the horseshoe and right hander, which is one of the other camera angles that I got on this camera at the minute. That's the more popular one, and then the back straight, which we rarely get actually on this for this stream. But there is 25 seconds left of practice, so let's check out. Okay, that's not meant to happen. Oh dear, what's happened? I think I had a different camera here previously. Oh dear lord. Well then, that's interesting, isn't it? There we go, we fixed it. So it looks like there might be a change in the running order, maybe? I don't know. So we'll go for the grid then for the Rotax Cadets, heat number 1. So we've got Ethan Cooper, Louis Lovell, Max Tomset, Oscar Richards, Oakley Riggs running his WC plates. Oh, our new Wessex champion for the Rotax Cadets. Maria J in the Kart 70. And then we got Arthur Kaiser and Dewey Hockridge. 4 rows, 8 cadets in this Rotax class. So all to be played for in their field. So I went back to this camera angle for this weekend, just to change it up a little bit. The one from last time was still a bit blurry, so not using that camera this weekend. But still keeping to the 4K one here, so we can zoom in to places where we can that we normally can't zoom into. So we'll wait for the carts to turn up on track, and then we can hopefully get underway shortly. Somebody was in here on like one of the weekends. He knew everything. So don't mind the noises. There we go, live fixing everything as per usual. Also looking at a little bit of a break before we do get going as well, which is quite handy. So anybody watching today, make sure you drop any support onto the YouTube chat as always. Then we can shout them out here on the channel. So by the looks of it, we've got an 11 AM start. Right, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Starting a tiny bit earlier than 11. That caught me off guard. So there's 2 rolling up laps for this one. So we shall see how the Rotax Cadet play out throughout this one. So let's cut the music and get ourselves ready for... So as they queue on up for the right-hander, we get ready to kickstart off round number 5. So from the top bend we go, and down the main straight. And it is a full start to kick off round 5. So we'll be a back round for another go. There's the new camera angle there. Sort of works. So then we go and try again this time round. Let's see what we get. So from the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, down the main straight we come to kick start it. Joe with his arms flapping. And it's been let go as we kick start off this round. Louis Lovell there with a great start at the front. One tapping the other and unfortunately losing out on a position of their own. Number 19, that is Arthur Kaiser, but at the moment, second position going to the WC of Oakley Riggs. Very good performance from him last month with the Wessex Challenge. WC player being the Wessex champion as he was crowned last month. For some reason, a lot of my things are not wanting to load. There we go. So it's Louis Lovell, Oakley Riggs, Ethan Coupland, Dewey Hockridge, Oscar Richards, Maria J, and then Arthur Kaiser. That is your current lineup for this race as of the moment. So I just try and get most of my overlays refreshed. So Louis Lovell still with the lead at the moment, but as you will see, it is a battle between Oakley Riggs and Louis Lovell as they swap positions at the hairpin to the horseshoe. It's Oakley Riggs leading the way, Louis Lovell trying to maintain that with Dewey Hockridge behind and Ethan Coupland. So from the top bend we come down at the main straight. And there are the changes there as they go down into Billy's. Down the inside go not one but two as Hockridge and Coupland take over the positions from Lovell. Around the horseshoe. Riggs happily in front there. As we come once again back down the main straight. WC followed by 78.43, then 23. So sticking in a train of 4 for the moment as they come around the hairpin and horseshoe. And towards the right-hander. Top bend. And then we come back around the main straight to kickstart another lap. It looks like the 43 right on the rear of the 78. Don't think we're going to see much from the two of them at this time, though, as we go through the S's down the back straight. WC with a marginal gap of 0.4 of a second. Dewey Hockridge being our fastest out there at the moment. Low level still managing to keep on the back of these top three as well. So, well over halfway in this race so far. Hockridge and Coupland sort of battling with one another so far. So go around the horseshoe towards the right-hander again. And we come back round to do it once again. So around the horseshoe, it looks like we got Hockridge starting to close the gap to the lead that Riggs had initially. Riggs seems to have a bit more pace on the top bend here as we come on down. So into Billy's we go. No changes from the grid. And yeah, like I said, that is definitely a gap that is closing at that front. So 2 minutes remains. Still no changes from these four. Low level sort of hanging back a bit. He holds the last fastest lap though of 40.07. So we go down the back straight into the hairpin and horseshoe combination. But these drivers so far just hanging with one another. As we're yet to see any changes from these. Or do we? Because it seems like the 43 is just trying to look for a potential move on Hockridge in the 78. But through the S's, down the back straight we go. And around the horseshoe hairpin they go towards the horseshoe. Hockridge and Coupland do battle a few too many times out there at the minute, which is going to open the gap that Oakley Riggs has out in front. As we come to 38 seconds, so we're going to push out less and one more lap afterwards. And that will be the race after that. But we still got to watch these 2 laps unfold. Let's go through the S's down the back straight once again. Lovell still holding that fastest lap there. So here we come down the main straight then, as we get ready to close this race on up. So last lap then, who is going to make the charge on this one? So we go into Billy's third, right down the inside of second. So there's one that we've been waiting for a little while there. Coupland ahead of Hockridge now. As we go around to the horseshoe. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend. As ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight and going to be taking the checkered flag. It goes Oakley Riggs, Ethan Coupland, Dewey Hockridge. Again, my overlays didn't want to work. But there it is. There is the provisional results for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Oakley Riggs, Ethan Coupland, Dewey Hockridge, Louis Lovell, Oscar Richards, Maria J, and then Arthur Kaiser rounds out for that race. So yeah, new screen that we're going to be implementing now, which is the race results screen. It's just basically alpha timing. On a nice screen there. Right, then let's go to the grid then for the Honda Cadets, and this time round it's Finley Thurstfield and Charlie White on the front row. So going for the formation lap then, I believe it was 2 rolling up laps, but it looks like they want to get going for just a single by the looks of it. I think someone didn't get the memo. Or was here racing at the Super 1 last weekend and forgot it's 2. So 2 formation laps here. As we get ready for the Honda Cadets here. A lot of familiar names out there. Charlie White, Luke McGall, Finley Ormshaw and Finley Thurstfield. 4 drivers that usually have a battle here. But let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, to get this race underway. So coming down the main straight then. And hopefully it'll be first time. And it is first time this time round. So into Billy's we go. side by side in the midfield. So we should see a few changes there as one tries to literally squeeze down the inside, the 57 there. Top three looks like the usual sort of three. Regulars of the 12, 15 and the 22. Oliver Ratton, can't forget him, is in that space as well. So going from the top end, running order as per usual will be on the left hand side of your screens. So it's Charlie White, Luke McGool, Oliver Ratton, Eddie Duncan, Finley Thursfield, Finley Ormshaws, Alex Roach and Alexander Mansfield will be your grid as of the moment, but the number 12 of Charlie White in a bit of a sandwich as he tries to battle and contend for that top three positions. Ratton trying to be a pain on the inside as it's nearly 3 wide on the exit there. This could be something to watch for many laps. So it will be the 15 to begin with. So 15 followed by 12, then 22. That is your running order for the moment. So still going strong at the front there. $15 followed by the 22 this time round, 12 and 57. So look at this, the chain of 5 at the front of the grid. So through the S's, down the back straight, leading it's to 15. It's all too tight in the front there. Looks like there's been another change for the lead here. Is that Charlie White that's been dropped back down to 5th? There is a link in the comments section as well if you do want to see any provisional results over there, or you can scan the QR code. I updated the QR code, that's why I was a bit silent there. But you can find those results as we go along, and just like this result, through the S's, 1-2, Ratton. Sort of just left on the outside. It's such a spot to be left behind. Very tight between these top 5. But it is the 15 that is in there. Eddie Duncan, by the way, being the novice, right up at the front there, which will mean Alex Roach will be the top novice for this one. He's technically in a podium position now. So more changes once again as Charlie White drops down to 5th. And Ratton down to there. So we'll see if anything else unfolds in this race. So go down the back straight. Thursfield with the fast lap of a 40.53. So around the horseshoe we go. Towards the right-hander. And then towards the top bend. So we go again. 2 minutes 35 to go. And no changes that time round either. See if Charlie White's going to be able to fight through. He's trying to at Billy's. Stays behind for the moment. So we go down the back straight to the hairpin and horseshoe. Ratton trying to battle on Thursfield. Charlie White just staying behind for the moment in time. So many buttons to press. Trying to change these camera angles for you guys. And girls watching at home. Flying back round again. Luke McGall, Eddie Duncan. All of them trying to find a different line to take to try and get in front of one another. It is a show to see. As Charlie White is trying the outside on Ratton, but won't be able to for the moment. Still charging on through. No giving up from any of these at the moment. Still no changes from the grid so far. As we're going down the back straight, look at those there. There could be a few positions as one gets too close to the back. Ratton right up the back end of Thursfield there. No, it wasn't Ratton. Sorry. That was the 57 of Duncan. That's why the carts look so familiar in colour. It was Eddie Duncan. He was caused himself to go to the 5th position and put himself right out of contention there. Just got too close to the rear of Finley Thursfield there. Thursfield has lost out a few position there. McGall has a rather good lead here at the moment. It's a 0.97 of a gap, so not quite a second yet. But we will be going on to the last lap now. Oh, I made that bit strong. Summer fruit squash. Right then, last lap. Thursfield still holds that fastest lap. So around we go. Looks like Thursfield's trying to come back for that third on Charlie White here. Is there going to be enough time on these last few corners to do it? So coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checkered flag, it's going to be Luke McGall, followed by Oliver Ratton, and then Charlie White, then Finley Thursfield. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, that is it, as a few more just comes down the line here. There you go. There are the results for that race. As to the next one along will be the Junior Rotax, ladies and gentlemen. This one will be one to watch out for because this will get quite competitive. So it is Maxim Smith and Archie Dyson on the front row. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Can hear the roar of these drivers coming on out onto the grid of 20. A bit less than we usually get, as one's already spun. Oh dear! So you'll fly on down the back straight towards the hairpin horseshoe to get their warm-up laps in. As you'll know, there is a no weaving policy here at Clay. Hence the niceness of giving them the 2 rolling up laps in return. This is just to stop any body accidentally going off circuit and not having a repeat of I think it was round 3 or 2 or 3 where the official was hit because of weaving. So they put their foot down, and that is why 2 rolling up laps is been brought in. So then let's get ready for the start of this one. A few drivers still trying to get themselves in position to kickstart off this race. So let's see how this one goes, ladies and gentlemen. 20 drivers, 4 of them novices. Here we go. Joe Walmsley flapping like a bird. As we get going, is anyone going to bowl themselves through the grid at the start? No, we are all good as all drivers go on around Billy's through the S's. And down the back straight we go. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Ava Morris down the inside there. Driver I can easily spot out from the crowd. So it's Archie Dyson, followed by Harry Clark, Ava Morris, Joshua Whitcomb, Maxim Smith, Aidan Clark, Will Swales, Karthik Kometa, Jack West and Max Lovell. Lots of side-by-sideness going in the S's there. Lots of changes to the grid at the start of that race too. So Archie Dyson with the quick first opening lap there for Pro Kart Engineering. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Ava Morris in second position there. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And down the main straight we come here. So Dyson leading by just over half a second here as Morris and Whitcomb starting to slowly join this party. As they go down into the hairpin. And around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Jack Philpott saying good luck to DM Racing. One of the first amounts of support that we have here for this one. Did miss a couple at the start as well. So I'll read those out back when those classes are back out again. But 5.5 minutes to go. Top 3 relatively close together. As it is starting to warm up here. And just like this heat, starting to warm up as Morris trying to go down the inside of Dyson. It's a no-go for now. Let's go from the top bend down the main straight. Just a tenth being that gap now. So through the S's, down the back straight. Morris trying the inside and gets it perfectly done there. As she gets ahead, but Dyson straight on the attack. A little tap brings them both wide. Through goes Whitcomb. taking advantage of that one. Ava Morris dropping down a little bit towards Maxim Smith too, as that affected her in other areas. As we continue on here in this race, there's the changes on the screen for you. As we go down around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And up towards the top bend next. So Withcombe, Dyson, Morris, your top three. They all fly on down. Harry Clark has gone into the pits and is out of this race at the moment, 2 laps ago. So once again, from the top bend down the main straight. Withcombe with the fast lap of 34.16 as he's been freed up from the pack here. Set that on lap 8, so just gone as well. He's only just set that lap. A couple of changes down in the midfield as Matthews and Sadiq get ahead of Lucas Reeves. That's the 23 there of Matthew Whitmarsh having a bit of an issue. That engine did not sound happy at all. So 39 going over the line once again, still leading the way by this time 1.4 seconds, as it's a bit of a commotion at the Billies there. Would we see anything come through from race control? So here we go again then. Another lap here. Contact warning to Jack West. So here's the gap that Withcombe has at the minute, 1.9 seconds so far. Wonder if there'll be any other changes to be said in this race, but we shall find out over the course of the next 1 minute and 22 seconds. As we've lost Matthew Whitmarsh and Harry Clark so far in this race. And the 92 right on the back of the 72 by the looks of it. Or is that changed? We shall find out. As West ahead of Dyson. So still looking at a 2.18 second gap now. That's what we got between these drivers here at the front. So a healthy margin there that Joshua Withcombe has so far. So 7 seconds is left on the clock as Withcombe now coming down the main straight to start this final lap of the Junior Rotax Heat number 1. So it's Withcombe, Morris, Smith, West, Dyson, Clark, Swales, Cometa, Lovell, then Ellis, Snow. That's a name I have not seen out there for a little while. So as we continue on here around the horseshoe for the 32 and 92, Jack West looks like he's in third. But ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight now will be your current race leader and race winner. That goes to Joshua Withcombe. There's Ava Morris, Jack West, Maxon Smith, Archie Dyson. As a result, still fly on through. Then it's Aidan Clark, Will Swales, Karthik Kometa, Max Lovell, and Ellis Snow rounds out your top 10 for this race. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The provisional results are there on your screen for you to see. After all, don't forget, all of these are provisional until they are released fully over on the results page. Link is in the YouTube chat, and the QR code will pop up on the screen every now and then. Right, let's go to the grid then for the next one. There is the QR code. Looks like we've got one driver that's dropped out of this one, or is that just the overlay being a bit funny? But it's the FP4s. Ooh, I do love a bit of FP4 action. David B. Seeing You Jarvis. Oh dear. Oh, what a sound. You don't hear that often, do you? So the FP4 here to kickstart their journey for their guest appearance this weekend. And by the looks of it, we are getting a standing start. Ooh! Some meaty sounding engines and a standing start. I'm getting the best of both worlds here. Dun 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 dun. Oh, now that's an angle I'm using. Dun 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 dun. So they've all lined up, all gridded. Of course, making sure they're all happy in position. I am a child. As we get ready, ladies and gentlemen, to go for this one. There we go. And we are off. Look at them all bounce to go. As we get ready for the FP4s and their first heats of round 5 and their guest appearance here. So around Billy's they go through the S's. We'll learn some of the drivers as we go on through. There is one that I've seen and remember from many times coming up to Clay Pigeon. Gavin McGill, a regular here at Clay for practice. So it's good to see him out there racing along with the FP4s today. 17 of them in total. Was 18, but I think one of them dropped out, unfortunately. So running order will be on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream as we get ready for this one. So it's Peerless versus then Harris, Jackers, Jarvis, Kelly, Quinn Shepherd, then Francis, Beckingham, Waddle, and then McGill rounds out your top 10 of this one so far. Three wide nearly at the point of the horseshoe. Number one hanging in there in that list. as we go towards the top bend and get ready to come down the main straight. So going strong as some of them are, literally 3 wide in that midfield. That is such a grouped area in this one so far. Nothing splitting them at the moment. As on the inside goes, I think that is the 32 there, Lewis Beckenham. But leading the way is Adam Peerless. I can feel the engine vibrations through the chair up here. So a gap of 2.3 for the lead at the moment. As looks like Gavin McGill making up a few position here, a bit wide at the exit of the hairpin to the horseshoe. Has the inside line, and it is through, staying in that 7th position. I believe that will be 6th once he comes back over the line. So down the main straight we are. McGill up into 6th. Looks like Waddle is also up as well, as Joshua Francis is the one that has lost a few positions there on that lap. So all down the back straight goes that midfield battle, but meanwhile Peerless still leads the way. So a few gaps starting to form in this race. Best lap time going to Gavin McGill with a 41.19. Currently the only driver to be anywhere near that time. So an impressive time there from the 6th position driver, who is now charging down towards P5. Currently now sets of 41.11. So McGill definitely one to keep an eye out for, a quick driver around Clay Pigeon by the seams of it. So Peerless still leads the way. With 3 minutes roughly on the clock left to go. McGill is absolutely storming. A 40.94 just set that last lap, as he approaches the number 35, trying for the outside by the looks of it, down at the hairpin there. Let's go towards a horseshoe. Trying to do a switchy-roo move, but nothing as of yet as we come from the top bend down the main straight. As he is attempting to go side by side. Into Billy's. Still nothing from either of those three. He's going to try and stay behind for the minute at the S's, down the back straight. McGill now at the hairpin gets ahead of the 35, promotes himself up into P4. Meanwhile, your race leader, though, is coming down the main straight here, the number 49. McGill already on the charge And it's now side by side to the 33. So down the inside he goes. And at Billy's is now ahead. So now in the top 4. Is McGill. So coming down the main straight once again is our race leader, starting to catch up to some of our back markers in this race at the moment, which is the 42 and 15 of Andy Smith and Carl Grocott. I hope I'm saying it. I'm sorry if I do mispronounce any surnames. "35 seconds remains on this race as well. So 23 seconds to go as our race leader now fast approaching our back marker. Bright yellow helmet, mind. Miguel is starting to close up to David Jarvis. So from the top bend down the main straight we come. Leader's just gone over the start line. And McGill and Jarvis on for the battle then. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Wrong camera angle. Apologise. So around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe. And we will have to feast our eyes off of this battle for now, because coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, is our race leader. And winning by 5 point something seconds goes Adam Pearless, followed by Alan Jackas, David Jarvis, then Gavin McGill. Wow! That was close. That was a gap of 0.01. 0.01 at the line. Holy moly. That's close. That is close indeed. But there you go. There's the provisional race results. For that one, you can find out the full ones by clicking the link that is pinned on the YouTube live stream, or by checking out the QR code on this page here for the grid for the next one, which is the Senior Rotax with George Spilsbury and Sean Rashid on the front row. Bertie at the back. So then formation time for the Senior Rotax. So let's see how this one plays out. Whoa. Ben Page, who retained his Wessex Championship status last month. And once again, still keeps hold of it. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to get this one underway. So down the main straight we come. And let's get going for the senior Rotax this time round. As we go round Billies through the S's and down the back. That's a very red front of this race so far. Spilsbury, Page, Mitchell, Reese Pope. Top four, all of the very similar outfit. But anyway, race order is on the left-hand side as always. So down the main straight we come. So Spilsbury followed by Page, Mitchell, Crockett, Flan, Burt, Pope, Warlock, Tribe, then Dan Milner as your top 10. So we go down the back straight towards the hairpin. Down the inside goes the WC on the 39. As we'll have a few changes out on track. Very tight at the front there. Front six relatively close together. The top four more closer than ever so far. So down into the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Very close. Down the inside goes 75 on the 39. Opens the door wide open for Cameron Crockett to join. So top bend. And down the main straight we come. Just like Page with a 0.4 of a second gap. Through the S's down the back straight. Crockett right on the rear end of the 75 here. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Right-hander and then towards the top bend. James Burt up into fourth. Looks like we lost Reese Pope early doors in this race. And Daniel Tribe with a fast lap of 33.81. So top bend, down the main straight we come. So there's the gap that you can see that Page has at the moment. And it looks like we've got an exhaust issue from one. The Rotaxes always sound funny when they have a broken exhaust. And it looks like that is going to the 75 there. As James Burt just given a contact warning. And that might be why Sam Mitchell has done that. He is down fair few positions. Hello? Someone just made a weird noise behind me. So back down we come as we come halfway through this race. So it's Page, Crockett, Tribe, Spilsbury, Flam, Burt, Bradfield, Warlock, Thacker, and then Bertie Wellesley rounds out your top 10 at the current stage of this race. Halfway through. Still not much to be said from the front runners at the moment as it settles in nicely here. So from the top bend down the main straight we come. So hairpin and horseshoe next. As they all flying on over there. There's not much change in this race. We've lost Sam Mitchell and Reese Pope. Most likely both to mechanical issues. Don't know how I pronounce the ME and mechanical so much. But leading the way is our Wessex champion, Ben Page. So 30 seconds remaining in this race now. Ben Page leading by 1.2 seconds. That is what we have so far. So we go around the hairpin and horseshoe. And then towards the top bend. So we go for squeezing out another lap. Hello. That was literally on 1 second through the S's down the back straight. Page just quick enough to grant another lap, which I think most of those drivers out there would appreciate, to possibly try and up their positions by one more. But only time will tell until that happens. So from the top bend down the main straight we come as we go for the last lap of this race here. So there's been no changes from the whole grid so far this last few laps. So around the hairpin and horseshoe. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend, because, ladies and gentlemen, coming to take the checkered flag, it's going to be the WC of Ben Page, followed by Cameron Crockett, Daniel Tribe. Then it's George Spilsbury, Rufus Flan, Jamie Bradfield, Jamie Burt, Arthur Thacker, Bertie Wellesley, and then Dan Milner rounds out your top 10 for that race. Race results on the screen for you, and the QR code will be available on the screen shortly, or click the link on the YouTube chat that is pinned to the live stream. So it's the 177s next. Yep, you heard correctly. They are back. Only 5 of them, mind. So we'll lead you through the first couple of laps of this race. Seems to be a bit of a wait before we get to the 177s. Short delay there before we get stalls. There's always one that spins out at the start, isn't there? So, Derek Hunt, Adam Oliver, Martin Marison, Leon Thompson, and then Adam Mallins in this one. No Ben Johnson. The one person I thought would have been hit with the 177s. He's usually the only one. So then let's get ready for this formation that will carry you through the start of this race. And let's see how this one unfolds. 8 minutes plus a lap. As we get underway for the first 177 race of 2024. That sounds bad. But yes, the first 177 race that we've had this year. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. So leading the way looks like the 22 of Derek Hunt. Followed by Adam Mellins, Martin Marison. Then Leon Thompson. Order on the left-hand side for you all here. So, 8 minutes plus a lap. Let's see what happens over the next few laps. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back after the 177 Masters. After Derek Hunt won that one by 5.05 seconds. Right. Time for the Rotax Cadets for their second heat. Dewey Hawkridge followed by Oscar Richards for the front row. So as we just wait here, seeing a comment on the YouTube. What tires are the 177s using? They are using Maxxis Sports for this one. Just to help keep the costs down for the 177s. It was voted on. So they're testing the transponder for some reason. So it looks like a bit of testing of a transponder. We're underway for the formation lap. So then, ladies and gents, let's get ready for this race then. 7 Rotax cadets in total. As we come from the top bend down the main straight. As we are underway for the Rotax cadets for their second heat. So we're on to the second heats already. So leading the way at the start of this one is the 78 of Dewey Hockridge. Closely followed by Maria J and Oscar Richards. But it looks like Oakley Riggs has already put himself at the front after starting midfield. So it's Hockridge, then followed by Riggs, Richards, Coupland, Maria J, then Arthur Kaiser, then Louis Lovell. For some reason I tempted to always say versus so far when I start the list off. About the front, it's Oakley Riggs leading the way, followed by Dewey Hockridge. So changes for first and second and third and fourth. The third place driver of the 43, Ethan Coupland, starting to increase the gap between him and the driver behind and trying to close up to the front two. So down the main straight. Quite evenly spread from the front runners. Oakley Riggs leading by 0.6. That's the current gap that we have at the moment. .08 is the time to beat at the moment. Set by Oakley Riggs on lap 3 of 4. So currently only 4 laps into this race so far. So from the top bend down the main straight we come. And your top three flying by there. So not much really happening on this race as we pass the halfway mark. Oakley Riggs leading it from Dewey Hawkridge to Ethan Coupland, Louis Lovell, Oscar Richards, then Maria J, then Arthur Kaiser. Nothing since then. Been a few laps since we've seen any action. It's all happened at the start. But could it all happen near the end? We will update you as this race continues. Oakley Riggs setting another personal best and race best of a 40.07. No other drivers got close to that apart from Ethan Coupland. Speaking of the devil, starting to challenge Hawkridge around the horseshoe, as it is very close between those two. With 2 minutes to go, let's see what happens between these two drivers here. So, still no change at the moment, but it is close. Through the S's, back straight. They are currently 2.7 seconds behind our race leader of Oakley Riggs. So into Billy's we go. Through the S's and down the back straights. So still nothing from these two at the moment. 53 seconds left on the clock. So here we go, then the closing stages here as Hawkridge and Coupland battle on. And with 4 seconds left on the clock, now to 0. Oakley Riggs for the last lap of this race, just in shot there as well. So around Billy's goes Hockridge and Coupland. Down the back straight. As we now feast our eyes onto our race leader, Oakley Riggs. Start in midfield and made his way to the front early doors within a couple of corners. So ladies and gentlemen, coming to take the checkered flag for this race, it is Oakley Riggs who takes the checkered flag. Then it's no change between Dewey Hockridge and Ethan Coupland. As they stay second and third, Louis Lovell fourth, Oscar Richards fifth, followed by Maria J in sixth, and then Arthur Kaiser will round out your top 7 and only 7 of this race. And you can find out the results by clicking the link pinned on the YouTube live stream, or by scanning the QR code on the right hand side of the screen here. So, Honda Cadets then, Finley Ormshaw, followed by Luke McGall for the front row. So the formation lap then, we'll keep the QR code on the right hand side for those who wish to find any of the provisional results that we have today. So then, ladies and gents, a couple of pops and bangs from the GX160 Hondas. Keeps the child child inside of me rather entertained. Did that to my own car on the weekend. Anyway. So, from the top bend then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for Heat 2 for the Honda Cadets. Could be a battle between 4. Let's see when it happens, as we are underway for Heat number 2. So, around Billy's we go. 3 wide momentarily as one driver backed out safely. The 71 there of Alexander Mansfield was not wanting any part of that 3 wideness. So, they all try really early doors to try and get in front of one another. The 22 there trying to stay ahead of the 74, Finley Ormshaw. So, coming to the top bend then, the running order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all. Eddie Duncan contact warning, but it's Luke McGall followed by Finley Ormshaw, followed by Oliver Ratton, Charlie White, Finley Ormshaw, Alex Roach, Finley Thursfield, then Eddie Duncan, then Alexander Mansfield. Charlie White in 3rd position here, with Oliver Ratton in P2 starting to catch up. Has Eddie Duncan given a second contact warning? Or this might be, or could be one to just make sure that he did see it. So Eddie Duncan up into P6. Finley Thursfield down in 7th. See if he'll be able to fight back up towards the front runners. Strong competition between McGall, Ratton, White, and usually Ormshaw and Thursfield out there. Eddie Duncan was fighting near the front of the grid last race. Unfortunately, wiped himself out after heading up too close to the back of another driver. Currently sitting in P6 out of 8 drivers that we have for the Honda Cadets today. And that make that P5. So towards the top end then, and we come down the main straight to get ready for another lap here. So McGall, Ratton, White, Ormshaw, Duncan, then Roach. There is the change there for you all. So around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe. And then up towards the top bend now. Oliver Ratton still is now leading the way, I should say, as these three are now close to one another. So down the main straight towards the hairpin. Now towards the horseshoe. Up towards the top bend. It's these three sticking like a train. A train of bowling balls. Through the S's, down the back straight. So still no changes from these three at the moment. As we continue around the track here. All of them very similar leads. Charlie White looking behind him then for a second. See what's occurring. As we come from the top bend. And down the main straight. 40.95 is the time to beat at the moment. Set by Oliver Ratton, our race leader currently. So 2 minutes 50 left to go. As I head over to the top bend to come down the main straight now. 2.5 minutes roughly left on the clock. Or as mine and timekeeper's saying, ish. But still no changes from this front three. It is a train. It's a train that we are waiting for to depart a event. And change in the carriage. So from the top bend, once again, just like I said, there's a bit no change from these three so far. They scoot on by. Through the S's here, down the back straights. The 15 right on the rear of the 20. The 15, yeah, right on the rear of the 22, but still no changes to be had at the current stage of this portion of the race. One minute 10 remains. That's Eddie Duncan, Finley Thursfield making up positions there on that lap to Finley Ormshaw. Charlie White and Luke McGould trying to swap positions here. And the word trying is definitely the one to use, as they're still behind one another at the moment. So 26 seconds, so on to the final few laps of this race now. As it looks like the number 15 is now ahead. McGall has taken a shot, but Ratton taking a shot back. As they are now battling for that P1, 15 down the inside. As we go towards the right-hander here, there could be a few more changes yet to had in this race, but we do have a new race leader. So, last lap it is. McGall leads. So, through the S's, down the back straight we go. Charlie White still in third position as we are on this last lap here. Side by side into the horseshoe. There's the door been left open. Nearly. As we go towards the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, and for what is going to be a rather competitive final lap between these three. They stayed with one another. But it is going to be Luke McGall, Oliver Ratton, then Charlie White for that race there. A gap of 1/10, and it was 0.05 between Ratton and Charlie White. Eddie Duncan takes fourth, Finley Ormshaw fifth, Finley Thursfield sixth, Alex Roach seventh, and then Alexander Manfield will round out your top 8 for that race. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Honda Cadets Heat 2 race results. They are provisional. But there we go. So let's check out the grid then for this next one, and it is the Junior Rotax, Jack West and Joshua Withcombe on the front row. So there we go then, the busy one of this round. Let's see how this one goes out over the next 8 minutes. So let's get ready then, ladies and gents, to kickstart off Heat 2 for the Junior Rotax. Run, Jeff! And Jeff Johnson there, running to come and see what happens down at Billy's. But here we go, slow and steady. Joe flapping his arms once again. He hasn't drunken Red Bull though. As we're underway for the Heat 2 then. Straight into Billy's we go. And no spinners once again. And the hairpin and horseshoe leading the way is the 92 of Jack West. So it's Jack West, followed by Joshua Withcomb, Alfred Matthews, Max Lovell, Will Swales, Karthik Kameta, Max Chow, and Ellis Snow, Izzy Lawton, and then Maxim Smith. That is your top 10 after the opening lap here for the second heat for the Junior Rotax. Round the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And then the right-hander. So a strong start between West and Withcomb. As they have charged well away from the S's and everybody else. Yellow flags down at the horseshoe for tyre wall by the looks of it. See 72 of Archie Dyson going over the line there. So West and Withcomb battling with one another. Will this allow Matthews and Lovell to join into the party? We shall find out over the course of the next few laps. Hairpin out of contention for battles at the moment. Yellow flags just whilst they sort out the tyre wall. So go through first and second there. Still charging on through. Hairpin back open for business. Top bend to come bowling down the main straight. Around Billy, side by side. And it nearly was a change for a lead there, but nothing at the moment. As those two are properly battling it out now. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Keeping an eye on the two at the back behind Withcomb with Matthews and Lovell there. Towards the top bend as Archie Dyson there allowing the full grid to come on through. Respectfully staying out of the way. Still the battle continues out in front. Jack West and Withcomb with nearing the halfway mark then in this race. Just about, just over a tenth and a half is the gap between the two. 27 Alfred Matthews, about a second behind them. Best lap at the moment goes to Joshua Withcombe, our P2 driver. Set on lap 7 of 7. Shows you how far into this race we are at the moment. As we continue on here. As the mechanical flag has been given to Zach Ormshaw. Looks like he's already popped into the pits there after that mechanical. But meanwhile, the battle at the front still remains the same. As West still leads this one. Your top 7 still unchanged. It looks like the top 10 is still unchanged at the moment. So even Morris rounding out that top 10. As Ellis Snow, as I just see there, popping into the pits. So that is 2 drivers out of this race so far. Some good and close racing between the front 2. We're going to see a change going into Billy's as Jack West on the ultra defensive, keeping that inside line of Billy's closed for business. That lane is surely closed. No one's going to be throwing anything down the inside. And it looks like they are also approaching some more back markers here. So round the top bend, one of those being Archie Dyson. Just trying to hang on into this race. Obviously positions does help for your finals later on. So I think he's just trying to keep out on track for as long as he can. So 3 drivers out of this race. And we're just under a minute to go. Jack West still is leading this race and challenging for that lead. And being challenged for the lead, I should say. So go into the hairpin towards the horseshoe. A little bit further back on your screens there. A few changes being made with the 15. Looks like Will Swales in there. So 28 seconds. So on the last couple of laps here now of this race. 1.9 is the gap that our front runners have as a margin. Still West taking the defensive route around Clay Pigeon. As we come down the main straight then for the last lap of this race. So into Billy's once again, ultra defensive. Withcombe just unable to pass. He tries for a different line to try and open a gap. Still staying defensive into the horseshoe. To the right-hander. Towards the top bend. And ladies and gentlemen, coming for the checker flag. And it's a very challenged race here. But it was Jack West followed by Joshua Withcombe and Alfred Matthews. And then the rest of the grid follows with Will Swales, Max Lovell, Karthik Kameta, Maxim Smith, Max Chown, Ava Morris, and then Harry Clark will round out your top 10. Don't forget these results are provisional until they are fully released later on. Right, and let's go to the grid then for the next race, and that is going to be for the FP4s, and it's going to be Glenn Marison and Ryan Dell for your front row. And once again, a standing start. So, just as I was saying, it is a standing start for the start of this race. So we go around as they stay in formation for their formation lap before they get ready to go. Pull skip there. Gridding them up ready. So as they slowly and safely come on down the main straight. Let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go for the FP4 World Formulas for their second heat today. Listen to the roar. And we are underway. I can't hear myself think. As we go, McGill trying to go for the inside from starting on the opposite side of the track. Trying for a good start there in P2 already, but leading the way of this race so far. And that goes to the 6 of Glenn Marison. So being defensive at the start of this race as well. I'm not surprised to Gavin McGill. As we saw last race, he is a quick driver around Clay in that FP4. So it is Marison, followed by McGill, Dell, Jarvis, Costin, Whitley, sorry, Peerless, Kelly, Grocott, and then Waddle. As McGill looks like he's already taken the lead of this race. Lots of changes so far from the FP4s. As we go around for the right-hander towards the top bend and then down the main straight we come. So Peerless up 2 positions to Costin Wheatley. from the top bend and down the main straight. We go. So McGill followed by Marison. Jarvis up into P3 here. Whiteley getting ahead of Waddle. And also overtaking Costin and Kelly that lap. That lap as well. So it's very strong midfield so far. 5:25 left on the clock. McGill leading by only a small margin at the moment. So just under a second is the gap between McGill and Marison. A lot of roar from these karts here. They come over the start-finish line. I can barely hear myself talk or think whilst the action happens out on circuit. But it is going to be McGill that still leads the way of this race. 4.5 minutes to go. And the gap increasing by a healthy 3/10 there. As we nearly see the track maintenance fall over on the on the fence there. So, challenging for third is Peerless and Jarvis. As we go towards top bend for them. Contention for that third position. Let's go from the top bend. From the bottom bend, Billy's through the S's. Still being contended a little bit there. So once again, side by side for third. And the 49 now ahead of the 92. So down the main straight we come once again for Gavin McGill, and then we'll see the swap between our third and fourth position drivers here. Waddle starting to be on the back of Jarvis as well to join this one. Jack is getting ahead of Blackledge and Francis behind them too. Down the inside there goes to 92 on the 53. So it looks like a return for position between those two. Further changes down the back of the grid. It's Joshua Francis getting ahead of Dan Blackledge. The 81 driver there down to P13. As meanwhile our front runners flying away. There is just that battle happening in fourth position between Jarvis and Waddle. So we're going to see any change between these two as they go into Billy's. At the moment, yes. As down the inside, a swap between them. The 53 getting ahead of the 92 there. Midway through Billy's, completing that move at the S's. So is there going to be a fight back for this one? Ryan Dell starting to join them right at the back. Say lead up towards the top bend. 1 minute to go. McGill leading by 3.3 seconds so far. As we see that change happen on the timings, Jackers getting ahead of Costin. The 56 down to P11. So 18 seconds remain. McGill quick enough to get another lap squeezed out of this race. No further changes. I lie. Francis in front of Matt Costin again. Costin down to P12 of number 56. But meanwhile, we'll go towards the top bend to where our race leader is currently. Fast lap of 40.78. And leading by over 3 seconds. Gavin McGill taking for the last lap here for this race, which means there's only one last few opportunities for Waddle and Jarvis to potentially swap back positions. But only time will tell. Meanwhile, we go to the horseshoe for where our race leader McGill is staying. And it's around the horseshoe we go to the right-hander. Then towards the top bend we go. As the checker flag will be out shortly. To take the checker flag goes Gavin McGill. Followed by Marison, then Peerless. Then is Angus Waddle, followed by David Jarvis. Ryan Dell will take 6th. Chris Kelly will take 7th. Alex Whiteley in 8th. James Harris in 9th. And then Alex Jackers will round out your top 10 for the FP4 World Formula Heat number 2. Right, then to the grid, and that is where the results QR code is also, and that checker flag. There it goes. Right then, let's go for the Heat 2 for this one. Henry Swanson and Daniel Triber on the front row. So formation lap then for these. A few more stragglers coming out of the pit lane. As we get ready for the Senior Rotax Heat number 2. So then let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the Senior Rotax Heat number 2. as everybody fights to get back into their grid positions after the formation lap. That was a weave. So, slow and steady wins a race, as they say. But in this case, it's a formation lap, so here we go. We are underway for the Senior Rotax Heat number 2. And leading this one from the get-go here is the 25 Rufus Flan. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And towards the top bend we go. So it's Flan, followed by Tribe, Burt, Swanson, Wellesley, Thacker, Sam Mitchell in 7th, Bradfield, followed by Page, then Warlock for your top 10. As it stands for the moment, though. Still loads of time still to go on this race. Because it's only just started. Any more changes here? And our top 3 is unchanged. We'll go down into Billy's. A little tap from behind there from 3rd place to Jamie Burt. So we go through the S's down the back straight. Still very close, this grid at this time. Towards the top bend we go. Into Billy's here. Flan still leading this one, followed by the 61 and 51, so we're still not seeing any changes from our front runners. Looks like Reese Pope is once again retired from this race due to a mechanical issue. I'm guessing he is suffering from at the moment. So Sam Mitchell, Arthur Thacker, Ben Page, Jamie Bradfield all make a position up. Bertie Wellesley losing 4 there that lap. That is a very strong midfield battle going on. Caught on the outside there, the 74, Henry Swanson. He is sure to miss a few positions here. As we come down the main straight then, the 61 starting to close the gap to Daniel Tribe. As Swanson loses 2 positions that lap. They're trying to fight it back near the S's, going for the outside on the first bit, inside for the second bit. That was smooth. So your top 3 starting to get a battle coming along. Let's go to the right-hander towards the top bend. With 4.5 minutes still remaining, so not even halfway just yet. So Flan still leading this one. Was leading this one, as I just looked up at the window after looking at the timing screens there. Looks like there's been a change for position between our race leaders, and it is now the 61 of Daniel Tribe, followed by the 25 of Rufus Flan. Jamie Burt still in 3rd, as Swanson losing again. Loads more positions there. being swallowed by the grid today for this race. So down the main straight we come once again. No changes once more this time from our front runners. Leading by half a second now, Rufus Flan. As the 51 of Jamie Burt starting to join this party for the second position here. Mitchell and Thacker involved in this one as well. WC of Ben Page watching from a distance. So Cameron Crocker getting ahead of Dan Milner that lap. But it's still close going down the back straight for our front running drivers here. As it looked like, I think the 14 trying to get ahead of someone. Is that? No, it's a 14 being challenged. So Sam Mitchell up into third, Arthur Thacker fourth, Jamie Burt down 2 positions. Best lap time at the moment is Daniel Tribe. 34.08 set on lap 4 of 10. So 1 minute 35 left in this race to go. No changes to the running order on this grid. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. See what this gap is like after that last lap. So Daniel Tribe followed by Rufus Flan, 0.8 of a second here. Sam Mitchell right on the rear of our P2 driver. With 75 looking to challenge and get ahead. Try and claim a higher position for those finals. Halfway through the day roughly now as well. Longer finals too, being 12 minutes instead of the 8 that we get for the heats. But 36 seconds left on the clock, so we're on to the last couple of laps here for this race. Tribe leading by 0.8 of a second. So they'll fly on down the back straight there. Nobody been able to get close to that 34.08 set by Daniel Tribe. As we come now to get to the last few stages of this race. Last lap, ladies and gentlemen, for the senior Rotax heat number 2. 3 of the S's down the back straight goes our race leader. Very close between second, third and fourth here, so we could see a last lap battle for the last few corners and a drag race to the end. So the right-hander towards the top bend. Ladies and gentlemen, checker flag is out. And it's going to Daniel Tribe for the race win, followed by Rufus Flan. There's Sam Mitchell. Then it's Arthur Thacker, followed by Jamie Burt, Ben Page, Jamie Bradfield, Bertie Wellesley, George Spilsbury. Then Cameron Crockett will round out your top 10 for that race. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the full data for that race end. Don't forget, all results are provisional until they are fully released by clicking the link that is pinned to this YouTube live stream if you're watching on mobile. But if you're watching on your TVs, then the QR code is available just there for you because we have the 177 Masters Heat number 2 next. Adam Mallins and Derek Hunt on the front row. So then let's go for the formation lap here for what looks like only 4 out of 5 177s. So then, let's get ready to get underway for these 4 drivers here. We'll be running through just this portion of this race, and then we'll lead you off for the full overview of the track for the rest of the next 8 minutes. Only 4 177s, unfortunately. But coming from the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off this race. So down the main straight we come. And it is underway for the 177s. Who's going to lead out the front after the S's? And it's possibly going to be Derek Hunt. This one is going to the 22. And I was correct. It goes to Derek Hunt. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Rotax Cadet Heat 3. Trying to rush some food down during that one, just so I could get rather peckish. So then, let's get ready for the Rotax Cadets for their third heat here. And it's going to probably be a false start here, because they didn't really turn and slow down, and they have indeed false started that one. I'm not surprised. They ignoring the marshals there to slow them down. So from one extreme to the other, we're nice and slow, ready to go. So from the top bend we come. Down the main straight. And we are underway for this race. Very staggered start. But out in front is, and it looks like the WC, which is Oakley Riggs. So around the horseshoe we go, to the right hand up, and then towards the top bend. Let's kick this one off for heat number 3. So it's Riggs followed by Hockridge, Lovell, Coupland, Maria J, then Arthur Kaiser, then Oscar Richards. So Riggs still leading the way by 1.3 seconds already in this race, with Dewey Hockridge in second. Blue level third, right on the back of Hawkridge. Trying to contend for that second position now. Once again, that will help for his finals paying position. .6 the gap then. 40.11 by Oakley Riggs. Set early doors here. So it's just these three really. You keep an eye on them as we could see anything change. Louis level right in the middle. Ethan Coupland's in fourth. As we pull on through. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Meanwhile, the weather outside is actually rather nice so far. I had to go and get some lunch, and yeah, 18 degrees, but it actually is rather cool outside. Yeah, it didn't feel like 18, but a lovely day. So if you do want to come and watch any of the racing, feel free to pop on up. So 4 minutes to go then. With all the action out on circuit, if you do want to see any of the results that we've had so far, then make sure to scan the QR code and you'll be able to see them as they are brought out live to yourselves. Don't forget they are all provisional on this YouTube live stream until they are on there. So scan the QR code and you'll be able to find that one. But meanwhile, it's just the battle for second in this race here. Louis level staying in third at the moment and is possibly looking for second. So coming down the main straight we go then. Riggs leading by over 2 seconds last time out, that now being 2.3. And still no change from these three drivers in second, third and fourth. So the right-hander towards the top bend. One change last lap was Maria J and Oscar Richards, number 38, down to P7. And still no change from our front three here. So 40.06 set on lap 8 by Oakley Riggs, fastest of this race. Set on laps, like I said, lap 8 of 9. So it lasts a couple of laps ago now. Nearly a 3-second gap that he's pulled in this race so far. As we go to the right-hander for where Hawkridge is still maintaining that second position with Lovell right on the rear end. So Hawkridge, Lovell, then Coupland. Still unchanged here as we go around Billy's, through the S's and down the back straight. 38 seconds remaining as we've followed these drivers here. 3.3 seconds is the gap as Louis Lovell tries the inside, and it's an absolute wipeout for all three. Louis Lovell tried the inside, tap one, he tapped the other. Oh dear. That was a rather interesting incident, I'm not gonna lie. And somehow, out of all of that one, it looks like the 43 might have done one out of that one. We'll find out in a minute. That's changed things up a bit, hasn't it? That went from actionless to full of action. So, there's all the position changes. Coupland goes up 2. Hockridge loses a position, and Lovell loses 1 as well. But meanwhile, our race leader just going up towards the top bend now, as we come towards the checker flag as we go for another race win for Oakley Riggs here. And there goes Hockridge for second, Coupland for third. Louis Lovell will take fourth after that Billy's wipeout. It was like a bowling ball went and did a splitter in bowling. Arthur Kayser fifth, Maria J in sixth, and Oscar Richards will round out for the top 7. Right, to the grid then for the Honda Cadets here. And this time Alexander Mansfield and Oliver Ratton were on the front row. So formation lap then for the Honda Cadets this time, and their third and final heat of round number 5. Still can't believe it's already halfway through of this race, this season already. Time's just flying by this year. Right then, let's get ready for this one. It is very quick at the minute, so it could be possibly a false start, but we shall see. It might go. And it was a false start indeed. This is still quite quick. But it's again. All right, come on, cadets. Two drivers are way too keen to get going for this one, and it is still the same pace again. And that one's been let go. So we are underway this time. The 22 and 72 there, both eager to get going for the start of that race. But third time's a charm, and we did get underway. So towards the top bend we go then, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to show you the running order for this one. So it's Ratton followed by Thursfield, Ormshaw, McGould, Charlie White, then Eddie Duncan, Alexander Manfield, and then Alex Roach. It's very tightly packed going through the S's there. The 57 around the outside of, I think that was the 74 potentially. We'll find out a bit later on. So I find the right button to find the right drivers. But it's very close between the front two, 22 and 72 there. Going up into the top bend. Down the main straight we come then. So Ratton, Thursfield still the same. Ormshaw losing a few positions there. Down to 6th position. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Right-hander. And then towards the top bend we go. Bertie Wellesley eating some crisps. Anyway, back to the Honda Cadets race. So still close between Ratton and Thursfield. So we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Still no change from the grid at the moment, as we lead on for another lap here. At the moment, Luke McGould with the faster lap of a 41 dead, which is quite good there. 41.00, set on lap 3 of 4. So just only a few laps ago. Speaking of 41 deads, there was a dead heat in Formula 1 for the qualifying. Between George Russell and Max Verstappen. That's one thing you don't see very often. And in fact, in Formula 1, it's the second ever time that's happened. But in karting, I've seen the same times many, many times. Meanwhile, down the inside goes... went the 71. Unfortunately, scraping the sides of the car in front on the way through. So to our front runners then, 22, 72 and 15 are now grouping up together as we lead on to the halfway mark of this race. This could get interesting. These four this year have, and I say four because Charlie White is one of those involved in that one. But these four do get quite competitive with one another. They know their limits between the four. At the moment, it is just Ratton, Thursfield, and McGall, which we could see something happen. They're staying the same for the minute, though. So 22 going a little bit wide there, coming out the exit of the horseshoe. Playing the long game here. So around Billy's blind we go through the S's and down Sturmey Straight, aka the back straight. As it's close between Ratton and Thursfield here. You got rather close, but drop back just a tiny bit before the hairpin. Same story at the horseshoe. Charlie White 1.6 seconds behind this race lead battle. McGall with a good exit there to gain a couple of tenths back on the two in front. Best lap goes to Luke McGall as well, 40.98, set on lap 6 of 8. Quick time there, beating the previous one. I had forgotten the number already. But yeah, still no changes from these three. They're sort of forming into a train as I say that, though. Down the inside goes McGall on Thursfield here and gets ahead at the exit of the S's there. So that is one position up for McGall and one down for Thursfield, who now goes to third in this race so far, P3. 1 minute 20 to go. So down the main straight we come. The change will be on the left-hand side of the screens for you all. Are we going to see any bite back at all? Thursfield going way too deep into Billy's there. Lost a couple of tenths there to the lead two. Still nothing from these three as of the rest of this lap. "27 seconds remains, so we're squeezing out another extra lap in this one too. The gap 0.08 between Ratton and McGall. Barely fit a fingernail in that gap. The ambulance getting some screen time today. So to the horseshoe. So down the main straight we come then for the last lap here. And look at that, McGall's ahead as well. So he goes defensive into Billy's. Ratton with the door slammed completely shut there as we go through the S's. Down the back straight. Around the hairpin here. McGall down on the inside. Thursfield trying the inside line on Ratton. But ladies and gentlemen, coming to take the checkered flag here. And it's going to be going to Luke McGall, followed by Oliver Ratton, then Finley Thursfield. Charlie White will take 4th, Eddie Duncan 5th, Finley Ormshaw 6th, Alex Roach 7th, and then Alexander Mansfield will take 8th. There we go. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is your top 3 there going around. But that is the provisional race results there for that heat. So that's the last of the heat 3s for the cadets. Let's go to the grid, shall we? And see who's next out. And that is Junior Rotax with Ava Morris and Karthik Kometa on the front row. Woo! Let the chaos commence. Here we go then, Junior Rotax Heat 3. So here we go then, Junior Rotax Heat 3. Let's see what this one plays out. Like I said, Ava Morris on the front row. Controlling the grid alongside P1. Oh, she is P1 even. Sorry. Or is she P2? I can't remember. That's bad. She is P1. I was surprised I actually got that myself. Yeah, so she is controlling the grid here, as it is always set by the pole man, in quotation marks. So, from the top bend, down the main straight, let's get ready for the Junior Rotax Heat number 3. As it is underway first time as well this time. Unlike the previous race, as we go down into Billy's. Little tackle between 2 drivers there. But we're still underway. And it is the 32 leading the way. Ava Morris is leading this race early doors. So the running order will be on your screens rather shortly. So it's Morris, followed by Kometa, followed by Chown, Clark, Lawton, Reeves, Snow, Smith, Swells, and then Archie Dyson will round out your top 10. Dyson not having the best of days so far today. And is up on the top 10, so a good start there. I'll say that. Earlier last race, it was, yeah, he didn't have a great one. I thought he definitely did well one of the races, I'm sure. So only 19 drivers in total in this race too, by the looks of it. So as it gets a slightly bit darker up here, the sun hides away. Morris, Cometa, Chown, still your top three. And in there is Aidan Clark as well. Hanging around in P4. Just behind that as well, 6th onto 5th. And it looks like it was a change of many drivers there as the 18 left on the outside of the horseshoe. Max Lovell given a contact warning. So a few changes in this midfield bit. So Maxim Smith up a couple of positions. Will Swales up a couple as well alongside Jack West. Look at that. Still, you've got the whole 17 drivers there within a couple of the corners of each other. As we still move on through. Morris with a 0.7 of the 10th gap here. Just under 8/10 of a gap for that lead. And Max Chown 3/10 behind that. He is currently battling Aidan Clark in the number 31 there, challenging for that for that third position. There we go. We'll get the right position at some point. Max Lovell making up a position at lap 2, as we're sure we'll get a few more as well. As of the moment, though, down the inside, right on at the back of the grid there, goes the 62 and the 18. Or is it 16, possibly? There we go. So Joshua Withcombe up a position. Lucas Reeves losing a couple there. So still very tight in that middle area of the field. As we still go on through, like I said, that gap is now 1 second to Ava Morris, leading from the start of this race here. As she comes on down to continue running the race. 3 minutes 15 to go. As it is currently the battle for second. And are they all going to team up and try and close that 1.13 gap? Or will they battle for position as 31 goes wide there, which I believe has allowed the 30 to come on through. Last lap, Lucas Reeves losing 3 positions down to P16. But Maxim Smith and Jack West up a couple of slots as Aidan Clark down to 6th. Because I did see him go wide there at the hairpin. As the battle once again is continued for the 31, who loses yet another position to the number 18 of Ellis Snow. But still, Morris still leads this race. Cometa 1.4 seconds behind as he tries to defend Maxim Smith, who's now up in 3rd, along with Jack West, as Max Chown down a couple of positions. So lots of changes happening behind Morris. And we still have over a minute and a half on this race. So darting down the inside goes one and allows another to go on through. And there goes originally the first one. So the 95 there losing second, going down to fourth, and then back up into third. All in a swift couple of corners. It was like clockwork, all of those overtakes there. Max Level given another contact warning in this race. As we come back down the main straight once more. Harry Clark given a contact warning as well. So a few battles going on in the back of this race here. Just going into the hairpin now. "24 seconds remain, so we are squeezing out another lap in this race also. So Morris still leading by 1.8 seconds here to the 92 of Jack West. As Maxim Smith in third, Karthik Kameta in fourth, Will Swales fifth. As the last lap is now shown on the circuit here. So this is one last go for a lot of the ones behind Ava Morris here. So we'll see if we get any last minute changes in this race. As it all go down the back straight to the hairpin and then the horseshoe. And as we go towards the top bend, leading it from the start of this race, started on pole and finished on pole. Ladies and gentlemen, Junior Rotax Heat 3 goes to Ava Morris. Jack West takes second, Maxim Smith third, Will Swales take fourth, with Karthik Kameta taking fifth. Ellis Snow 6th, Max Chown 7th, Joshua Withcombe 8th, 9th goes to Aidan Clark, and then 10th goes to Archie Dyson. And fast lap goes to Joshua Withcombe with a 34.43. So, FP4's the next, and it's Dan Blackledge with Lewis Beckenham on the front row with a standing start. That's a noise and a half, isn't it? Right then, formation lap as they get ready to grid up for the FP4s, their third heat in this race day. "18 degrees is the weather conditions at the moment. So let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for Heat 3 for the FP4s. Once again, a standing start procedure. I'll never get hold of this. So once we are all happy, which we are, we are underway for the FP4s. Wow, that's a loud noise. So into biddies we go, a lot of them wanting that inside line to begin with, as we all go on through. And leading the way at the start of this one is going to be the 53. That is Angus Waddle. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Round towards the right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go, ladies and gentlemen. So it's Angus Waddle, followed by Alan Jackers. Then it's Blackledge, Beckenham, Francis, Whiteley, Harris, then Jarvis, Costin, and then Dell. Good strong start from some of these drivers, including David Jarvis, up 5 positions on the opening lap there. So a great start from him as we lead on to a full racing lap now. McGill up a couple of positions now, making some progress from near the rear of the grid. As we go down into the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe, as trying to go down a gap that didn't exist as the 92. McGill's had to go off course to avoid that one. But yeah, the 92 that trying for a gap that just did not exist, ruining his race. He's out near the back of the grid at the moment. So carrying on through. McGill in 11th, only losing a couple of positions there. As it's very strong in that midfield. A lot of drivers all together. As Jarvis given a contact warning. So the 53 then leading by 1.4 seconds. Dan Blackledge with a comfortable gap as well for his second position. With 2.6 seconds is that gap. Quite far spread here from the first, second and third positions. So let's see if fourth onwards will be able to catch up with these drivers at the front here. As a couple of our quick drivers near the back mid to the back of the pack at the minute. As goes over our race leaders at the moment. Angus Waddle just setting the fastest lap time of a 41 dead so far in this race. And you can see that gap that Waddle has at the moment. Still loads of time left to go on the clock, though, just nearing the halfway mark of this race. So 3 minutes 40 left on the clock. So no changes from the top four as Whiteley up into sixth possession, overtaking Lewis Beckenham on that lap. And Peerless up a position to Marison for him to go to 11th after that one. So 2 minutes 37 left to go. Still very close in the midfield. So continuing on, it looks like we've got a change or a battle for third, and that is between the 81 and 22 here as they contend for that third position. Blackledge and Francis battling for P3. Waddle is just miles ahead of the pack at the minute, though. That says a lap, but it's actually 4.6 seconds. So the biggest so far today. Meanwhile, Gavin McGill making up a few positions here as he sneaks up the order into P6, making a last minute hurrah to the end as a very strong driver as he just walks past. He doesn't just walk past, he bowls past the driver in front of him. And the 33 down to P6 as Gavin McGill's on a mission. But is there going to be enough time? 20 seconds remains on the clock. So going down into Billy's for these drivers. As you can see there, Waddle miles ahead of the rest of them. 5.2 seconds of a lead that he has at the moment. As we have no seconds left on the clock here. As the last lap board is now out. So Waddle, Jackers, and then Francis. So going around to the right hand now is your race leader. towards the top bend and then coming down the main straight. The checker flag is now out, and that is going to go to Angus Waddle. And then here comes the rest of the field, where Gavin McGill's managed to claim fourth here by the looks of it. So it's Angus Waddle, followed by Alan Jacques. Then it's Joshua Francis for the top three. Gavin McGill will take fourth and the fastest lap of a 40.85. Dan Blackledge fifth. Pearless sixth. Harris seventh. Whiteley eighth. Dell ninth. And then Marison in 10th. That is your race results for that one. Don't forget they are provisional here on the YouTube live stream. So full results are available if you're watching on mobile. A link pinned to the YouTube comments section, the live comment section. And then the QR code will show up very shortly for those who are watching here. Because next up is the Senior Rotax with Bertie Wellesley and Ellis Warlock on pole. Ooh. Right, seniors. I could already imagine what's going through Bertie's head at the minute. It's rare he gets a pole position for a heat. So let's see how the next 8 minutes forms out here for the Senior Rotax. Bertie, the one controlling the grid here. As we eventually get the right camera angle, here we go then. Bertie Wellesley controlling the grid for the Senior Rotax for their third heat here. The third and final heats for today. Well, there's actually one more heat to go. So from the top bend then, and down the main straight we come. And a lovely start there as we go for heat number 3 for the Senior Rotax. And after Billy's, it's still Bertie Wellesley leading the way to a very fierce Cameron Crockett in second there. As we come into the horseshoe. Around the horseshoe we come. And then we get ready to unfold the rest of this race. So, leading the way, it's Bertie Wellesley, followed by Cameron Crockett, Ellis Warlock, Dan Milner, Jacob Martin, Arthur Thacker, then Reese Pope, Jamie Burt, Daniel Tribe, and Ben Page. It seems like Pope has managed to sort his issues from the first 2 races today. Not had the greatest starts of days, but it looks like it's going well so far. Hopefully I haven't just jinxed that, though. There's every possibility. So, top bend, down the main straight we come. 0.3 of a second is the gap Bertie has at the moment. Sam Mitchell made a move on Rufus Clown that lap. So around the hairpin and horseshoe. Towards the top bend and to come back down the main straight once again. Fastest lap at the moment is Reese Pope with a 34.43. As down the inside at the S's goes the 14 on the 69. So there's the Arthur Thacker move on the screens. Ben Page up into 8th position. Very tight at the back of this grid here. No room for error at all. As the battle still continues there. And Bertie Wellesley at threat from the Crockett. So towards the top bend we go. Definitely one to look out for here. Into the hairpin, into, there it is. Billies we go, through the S's, down the back straight. Wellesley still ahead. A little bit further back. Looks like Arthur Thacker ahead of Warlock. Still no change for the lead at the moment as we go from the top bend down the main straight. That gap, same as last time, 0.16. They've got a 1.2 second buffer to third position. Where Arthur Thacker claiming that third position to possibly join this battle between the two. As Crockett looking for a very tight line. Wellesley being pushed wide a little bit there. As a little commotion at the back of the grid. So still continuing on through, and at Billy's the lead has changed. Crockett leading the way here. As Cameron Crockett also given a contact warning. As both Rufus Flan and George Spilsbury are now in the pits. So down to 13 still running here. Reese Pope up into 4th position here. So 3 minutes remain. And Crockett is the one leading the way to Bertie Wellesley, then Arthur Thacker, then Reese Pope. Who is on the charge after 2 DNFs today. And absolutely flying. Currently holds the fastest lap of this race, a 33.97. The only driver in the 33s at the moment. And it is showing. So back down we come. The 14 starting to catch on to the rear of Wellesley. Was on the rear, slight in front of Billy's up into P2. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. So we get around the hairpin towards the horseshoe with 1 minute and 57 remaining. Reese Pope right on the back of Wellesley. So down the main straight once again with 1 minute 40 to go. And looking for the right hand side. No gap at the minute. Reese Pope trying to look for a overtake there. This battle at the front rather good here, as a little bit further back, a couple of other drivers trying to join the party here. Those two being the WC and 61, Ben Page and Daniel Tribe. Thacker right on the rear. Slides in front of Crockett. It's like a deja vu on a different driver. The exact same move. We'll call it the Thacker. Meanwhile, Reese Pope looking for the outside around Bertie Wellesley, as all three of them slowed right up at the exit of the hairpin there before the horseshoe. So 37 seconds remains. And this is one race that is just changing constantly. So it's Thacker, Crockett, then Wellesley, then Pope. As at the moment, Reese Pope held up with the defence of the 88 and also Wellesley too. And we only get this one. Lost my train of thought, so listening to Tannoy. So, last lap then, ladies and gentlemen. Thacker, Crockett, Wellesley, Pope. As Reese Pope once again trying for the inside. There's just no gap there at the moment. And there never was a gap there. Let's put him a few tenths down a little bit. And there is a scheduled lunch break. I believe it'll be after the 177s. That'll be at 3:20, but checkered flag goes to Arthur Thacker, followed by Cameron Crockett, Bertie Wellesley, then Reese Pope. That was a good race. Followed by Ben Page, Daniel Tribe, Ellis Warlock, Jacob Martin, Sam Mitchell, then Jamie Burt. That is your race right there. And what a good race that was between our front runners. Thacker sliding in front for the lead. And good results all round. Right then, so it's heat 3 for the 177s. So we have the full 5 this time for the 177s for their final heat, and this is the last heats of the day, as we'll be having a lunch break after this one. The final will be at 3:20, so quite a long lunch. So as they grid up, ready for this one, we'll talk you through the first few corners and let the race unfold. So down the main straight. And we are underway. If you wonder why there was a gap in second, I believe that... Oh dear. That was random. That was the start of that race. 55 there. Mountain to 22. Derek Hunt, who's been dominant all day. Well, you don't see that every day. So then, ladies and gentlemen, last lap of this race. It's been rather close, actually. Watching it from downstairs in timing. So we come to the final few corners of this race. As the checker flag will fall, and this time it will be going to Martin Marison, followed by Adam Mallins, then Leon Thompson. Adam Oliver in fourth, and then Derek Hunt DNF'd. So then, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the moment. So we shall put the music on for the moment, as we will go for a lunch break. So we'll be back at 3:20, I think it was. But yeah, we'll be back later on for the finals. We'll see you all soon.
get away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like, yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone, yeah, you're the reason I'm going out of my mind.
So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It is finals time here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Check flag. Right, let's get ready for the finals here today, as we are in the official-ish territory. So we'll be getting ready shortly. Here's a grid for the finals. Oakley, Riggs and Dewey Hockridge are on the front row for this final. So let's see how it goes. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for the formation lap, the last of the races. So let's see how this plays. 4 minutes added to the clock for the finals. And with Oakley Riggs at the front, is it going to be what we think it's going to be? There we go, you can see all the results that have happened today. You can scan the QR code to find out all the race results. Most of them are available, some still on hold at the moment. I earwig a lot. So for some reason, slow down at the hairpin, which is a bit early in my opinion. So then, ladies and gentlemen, from the top bend and down the main straight, and we are underway for this final then for the Rotax Cadets. So into the S's, very tight there by the back three. Leading the way is Oakley Riggs. So around the horseshoe we go. And coming down the main straight, we will get ready to kickstart off this final. So it's Riggs followed by Hockridge, Coupland, Lovell. Daniel Barnes saying good luck to Maria. Arthur Kraser, then Oscar Richards for P7. So a bit of a lead here for Riggs. 0.6 is the gap, early doors. So still unchanged from these 4 to begin with. 3DS is down the back straight for the WC, our Wessex champion for the Rotax Cadets. Only a month ago. So fastest out there at the moment is Dewey Hockridge with a 40.19. Trying to keep up with Oakley Riggs, who isn't as quick to begin with. He has just set the fastest lap though, but only just by less than a tenth, or of a hundredth, is the gap between those two good times. As a contact warning has been issued to Oscar Richards, but a rather calm start to this race here. So the top 4 all within 1.5 seconds of each other. So still relatively close between all of these. As we're 30 seconds into what would have been an 8-minute heat. But in this 12-minute final, approaching nearly the halfway mark. So from the top bend down the main straight. Riggs, Hockridge, Coupland, then Lovell. That's how it's been for the last few. So Hockridge starting to close the gap ever so slightly to Oakley Riggs. Riggs playing the longer game at the moment, not using too much pace at this time. Ethan Coupland being the fastest one out there at the minute. So the other two making sure they can try and keep up with this race leader. A very quick driver Riggs is. He's shown it throughout the heats today. So in 2x2s, no, it's not a huge splitter in bowling. It is literally like Noah's Ark. The cadets come in 2x2s, and that's first and second and third and fourth. But not much action as of the moment between these drivers. Kaiser getting ahead of Maria in the number 70. She's now down into P6. There's a little battle happening at the rear of the grid. The gap between those, by the way, is a 13-second gap between 4th and 5th. So there it is visually on that camera angle there. So as these go on down to the back straight, these are just coming over the line here. as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Hawkridge trying to close that gap as fast as he can. He is waiting for something to happen for this one. So coming down the main straight then. With 3 minutes 47 remaining. And still no budging from our front four. Oakley Riggs last time was a 40 dead. And that is his best lap time. Ethan Coupland is still the one that is quickest out there at the moment. As Hawkridge is still right on the rear of Oakley Riggs. Which is the complete opposite of what he has been in the first 3 heats today. So down the main straight these come. Still no change for the fastest lap. 2.3 is the seconds of the gap between second and third. And merely 20 seconds for a gap between fourth and fifth. This is how quick these front runners have flown off. With 2 minutes remaining out on the clock, 10 minutes into this final. Still not too much to be had as of the moment. So through the S's down the back straight. So I completely forgot my drink was in the office, so I had to run back for it quickly. So, last lap then, ladies and gentlemen, between Oakley Riggs and Dewey Hockridge. I'm guessing there's been a battle between the two of them. It's down the inside he goes, and still trying for the lead as Riggs tried to keep hold of first. The dad's absolutely screaming for it. So, around the hairpin we go. Horseshoe. Right-hander, and this could be close. So, coming down the main straight. Checker flag. And ladies and gentlemen, not what we were expecting for our race winner, but it's Dewey Hockridge who wins for the Rotax Cadet, followed by Oakley Riggs. The man who won all the heats did not win the final. Ethan Coupland third, Louis Lovell fourth. And still waiting on our back three. Great performance from these three. It goes Arthur Kaiser, Oscar Richards, and Maria J for your final three for the race results. I just realised the intro music was playing throughout the whole entire race. Whoops. So then we go for, not the checker flag, for the grid for the Honda Cadets and their final, and it's Luke McCall and Oliver Ratton on the front row. So then the next 12 minutes is here for the Honda Cadets this time. Right, then let's get ready for the Honda Cadet final then. For round number 5. So, from the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, down the main straight we come. And we're underway for this final as well. So leading the way, is that Luke McGool? It is Luke McGool, very closely followed by Ratton. He's right on the rear end. So around the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe. So it is Luke McGall followed by Oliver Ratton, then Finley Thursfield, Finley Ormshaw, Eddie Duncan, Charlie White down in 6th, Alex Roach 7th, and then Alexander Mansfield is in 8th position there. So around the horseshoe we go. So Luke McGall with a healthy lead here, with a 41.02 for the fastest lap. And it's going to be close between these two for quite a while, I reckon, with the previous race results that we've had. These two have battled along quite nicely, and probably still remains the same now. So around Biddies, the S's, and down the back straight. Side by side near the back between two drivers, being the 57 and 12. Eddie Duncan, one of the novices here today. And with 2 trophies up for grabs for the cadets. On for a top novice at the moment, as Charlie White sneaks up into 4th over the line to catch up with the 4 in front. 3 in front, I can count. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe now. So the gap between these two at the moment is just over 1/10 and a half, with first field not able to catch at the moment, as these two just constantly battling on here, ploughing on through. Luke McGall still quickest, 40.90 compared to a 40.93 by Ratton. So still some very quick times between these two. And that is definitely showing them on the same speed. There's no ditching one another at the moment. So no changes on the field at the moment. As we continue down to the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe. And towards the right-hander next. So nearing 7 minutes to go on the clock. Luke McGall still leads to Oliver Ratton. So to the top bend we go from 4th downwards, because we have a train of 3 charging on the track here. And that is of Charlie White, Eddie Duncan and Finley Ormshaw. As we go through the S's, down the back straights, and Down the back straight we shall go. So towards the horseshoe. There's Charlie White here, managing to pull away on the last sector. Last few corners going for it. As these three start to edge closer to Finley Thursfield, who's chilling in P3 at the moment. And the other battle that is going on at the moment is that battle for the podium spots. First and second with the 15 and 22 of McGall and Ratton. Are we going to see anything from these two as we are well over halfway through this final? So still nothing from these two. To the right-hander towards the top bend. .4:24 on the clock. Best lap time was a 40.81 set on lap 9. We're currently on 11. That was a little bit further back. Charlie White defending the 57. So McGall then Ratton still sticking with one another as we go into Billy's. Out to the back straight for our race leaders here. The 3.6 second gap that we have, to which Charlie White is closing the gap to Finley Thursfield. But still, not too much happening apart from this battle between White and Duncan. So into Billy's these two go. Through the S's. And then down the back straight we go. Meanwhile, no change to your leaders at the moment. So the two battles still going on circuit with 2 minutes to remain. Charlie White still battling hard to keep ahead of Eddie Duncan, who is just ever so slightly quicker, just unable to pass at the moment. And at the moment, Oliver Ratton falling behind a couple of tenths here and there. Currently now 3 tenths behind our race leader. Is he backing off ready for the last lap? We shall find out, because I know one person who isn't backing off. And that is Eddie Duncan, the number 57, one of our novices. Fighting hard for that P4. but still currently our top novice at the moment. So it's Luke McGall followed by Oliver Ratton still. 2/10 is the gap. 58 seconds on the clock. So we could be looking at 2 close finishes here near the end. But we still have 26 seconds on the clock. So another lap being pinched out of this race. So going into the background there is our race leaders, McGall and Ratton, who has closed the gap a little bit now. Some solid racing between these two, and another more solid race between 2 others is Charlie White and Eddie Duncan, who have, for the last about 10 minutes or so, have been non-stop between each other. But it is the last lap now, ladies and gents. So it is go time for either pair. And which pair is it going to be? To kickstart off a change, or is it just going to stay the same as Mogul goes wide at the exit of the hairpin? He'll stay at the front here for the moment. As we go towards the top bend. Still no change between these two as Charlie White goes wide as well. Checker flag is out. It's a drag race to the end. This is going to be very close. Just close to be 0.01, ladies and gentlemen. 0.01. Wow, that's close. But there we go, the provisional results for the Honda Cadet final. Luke McGall, followed by Oliver Ratton. So, Junior Rotax then, Jack West on the front row with Joshua Whitcomb. And you can scan the QR code on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream if you wish to see any results that get released throughout the rest of today. As we are on the finals, it will take a few minutes, a good couple of minutes or so to get that full result for you all. Still lots of racing to go yet. Obviously this final here, followed by the FP4 World Formulas. Then Senior Rotax, and to round the day out will be 12 minutes of the 177s. But let's get this 20 kart race underway. And starting that off with the Junior Rotax final. A strong front row here. So let's see how this plays out. Like I said, 12 minutes, and with the juniors is going to be a fully action-packed 12 minutes. So then, from the top bend we go. Down the main straight. And we are underway for the Junior Rotax final here. There's all to play for the last 12 minutes here. So through the S's, down the back straight. Our race leader at the moment is the number 92. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Towards the top bend we go. And here we go then. So your top 10. Jack West followed by Joshua Whitcomb, then Ava Morris, Maxim Smith, Will Swales, Karthik Kameta, then Aidan Clark, Lovell Matthews and Sadiq will round out your top 10 after the start finish. But who is going to end out at the front? Because you've got a top 5 starting to form here from the 92 down to the 15. And a very healthy, competitive top 5 it is indeed. The likes of Ava Morris in there and Will Swales too. So through the S as we go. Whitcomb right on the rear. Morris watching by too. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And around towards the right-hander, towards the top bend. And down we come then. So still very close to this top 5. No room for error as a couple going for a defensive line in. Jack West right on the inside. Joshua Whitcomb trying to follow that one too. As the 39 in second position still. As there is a few threats for change. Previous lap, Ellis Snow getting ahead of Max Chown, who's down to P13. So it's West, Whitcomb, Morris, Smith and Swales still at the front there. Through the S's down the back straight we go. Still the full grid relatively close between one another. Contact warning given to Will Swales, chilling in 5th position at the moment. So through the S as we go, down the back straight. Fastest lap goes to jointly Jack West and Joshua Whitcomb, 34.91. Both of them setting identical lap times, one after each other. See if that changes, and it does indeed. A 34.8 by Jack West there. As Will Swales goes up into P4. Max Lovell near the back also making a move up on Aidan Clark, who goes down to P8. As 4th and 5th slightly a bit further back with the change of positions behind Ava Morris. For 4th and 5th. Mechanical flag is out. And this one is for Kai Pepperell, the number 37. Whose rear bumper has unfortunately parted ways with the kart. So back to the front then. Our front 3 starting to run away a little bit. As we go around the right-hander, top bend and down the main straight. as Pepperell into the pits after that mechanical. And just near the back there as well, two have tangled together. As they looks like they're going to try and help each other get themselves departed, but unfortunately they are stuck together. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. The hairpin, sorry, out of contention for the minute with the yellow flags. It looks like the two drivers have managed to get themselves going again. That looks like Aidan Clark and Hani Sadiq. Two drivers currently one lap down now. Clark down 10 positions there. As a contact warning given to Hani Sadiq. So 5 minutes 54 remains, and still leading the way of this one is Jack West. Very closely followed by Whitcomb and Ava Morris. As Swales and Smith have sort of gone down the order a little bit. Have backed off ever so slightly, but it's very tight through the S's we go. And to the back straight. As Ava Morris on to potentially try and upset that second position for Joshua Whitcomb. As he went defensive into the horseshoe there. As we come down the main straight, once again, still unchanged by the top three. Joshua Whitcomb going for the defensive lines here into Billy's. So, it's going to help West a little bit. Let's see how it plays. Bit further back on the grid, 34.67 set by Ellis Snow. So a quick time there. Still no change from the top three, mind. West still leads it. As we go around the hairpin and towards the horseshoe. The 92 still leading the way. So only one driver out of this race due to a mechanical, and that's Kai Pepperell. 19 still run in this race. Leading the race, Jack West to Joshua Whitcomb to Ava Morris. And then Will Swales, Maxon Smith, Max Lovell, Karthik Kameta, Alfred Matthews, Ellis Snow, Archie Dyson for your top 10 round off. As we start approaching one of the back markers here today. Blue flags out for Matthew Whitmarsh, number 23. Very respectable driver out there. As the leaders fast approaching, taking the wider lines. So down the main straight we go. Once again, still no changes from our top three. As Ava Morris was stuck behind Whitmarsh there for a few moments. Just put a little bit further back. So the battle is now elsewhere between the front two. So Will Swale starting to being able to catch up to Ava Morris as well. So just under a minute and a half to go for the Junior Rotax final. Jensen Cox getting ahead of Zach Ormshaw. That lap round. I didn't know that was a tongue twister. Apparently it is. West still leads the way as Withcombe on the defensive. So 23 seconds means we're going to grant another lap in this one as well. So one more lap to defend as our top five now within 1 second. That there, ladies and gentlemen, is a representative of 1 second out there. So we go into the hairpin, towards the horseshoe. Defensive for Withcombe. As we come down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen. As we come for the last lap of this race. So your top five very close together. Down the inside swiftly goes the 15 back on the 30. And still no changes from our front three runners. Around we go. Withcombe taking a defensive line to stop Ava Morris. Towards the top we go. It's going to be checker flag, and winning this one, it's Jack West. Then it's going to be Joshua Withcombe in second, Ava Morris third, Will Swales fourth, Maxon Smith fifth. That rhymes. Max Level 6th, Karthik Kometa 7th, Alfred Matthews 8th, Ellis Snow 9th, and then Archie Dyson rounds out your top 10 for the final of the Junior Rotax. So then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the FP4 World Formulas. Gavin McGill is ahead with Adam on the front row. So for the last time today, we will hear this roar. We're going to be granted with 4 standing starts from the FP4 World Formulas, joining us as the guest class for this round. And hopefully we'll see him again soon. 18 drivers to take to the grid. So here we go as they grid on up to the start here. So then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the last time today for the FP4 World Formula standing start. And we are off. Hell yeah. Big start here for the FP4 World Formulas as we get underway here. So through the S's, leading the way is the number 49, Adam Pearless. So we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And we'll get the running order on the YouTube live stream for you very shortly for this race. So it's Pearless, followed by McGill, Waddle, Jackers, Marison, Harris, Jarvis, who did get contact warning, Joshua Francis and Chris Kelly. Then Alex Whiteley rounds out your top 10. So we go down towards the hairpin. As it's side by side between the 92 and I think that's the 33, Jarvis and Harris. Thanks for the video. Good. Right then, so is Pearless, followed by McGill, Waddle, Jackers, then Harrison, Jarvis, Harris, Francis, Kelly, then Whiteley. As McGill goes for the lead here. So around the hairpin to the horseshoe. And for the right-hander. So down into Billy's we go. Fast lap so far in this race. It's by Angus Waddle, 41.13. Keeping up with McGill. Top three relatively close together as we go through the S's down the back straight. Look at those three trying to contend McGill, who is incredibly quick around here. But in this final, it seems to be like an Oakley Riggs situation. He is being matched by the other drivers at the moment. So expect the unexpected. But it's still McGill, followed by Peerless, then Waddle. So nearing the halfway mark now for the FP4s. Through the S's, down the back straight. Then to the hairpin. Followed to the horseshoe as we go back round once more. Fastest lap is still with Angus Waddle. So a tenth is the gap between first and second. So McGill still leads the way in this race with 4 minutes 44 on the clock. I waited for the 4. And it's still close at the front. Now 40.86 set on lap 7. We're currently on lap 11 here. As the top three separated by 3.3 seconds as they approach one of our back markers for this one. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And then towards the right-hander here. So still no change for the lead. And at the moment, it doesn't seem like there will be a change for the lead as they're hanging on to one another for the moment. So 3 minutes to go then. So still looking at 1:50 to go, and we still had no changes from our front three drivers here, McGill, Peerless and Waddle. Sometimes just doing very similar lap times. So you head on down to the back straight here. So as we near the end of this race, we'll be leading on to a different race very shortly. We'll be going to the 177s next, as there's a delay for the senior Rotax final. So stay tuned for that one after this one. So far, with 54 seconds to go, lost two drivers in this race, Andy Smith and Carl Grokert. Probably due to mechanicals. So 25 seconds. It's going to be close, but we are going to get another lap in this race, so we'll follow on to Gavin McGill, who is slightly opening the gaps available between the two. Well, between the three of them. So let's see how this plays out for the last few corners here. So to the last lap then, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go then, the last battle for the FP4 World Formulas for round number 5 here, our guest class. And it is a regular to clay pigeon leading the way, which is Gavin McGill, who is being fought now by Peerless. So this could be close for the finale here. So towards the top bend we go. Down the main straight. Is it going to be a drag race? It could have been if the straight was longer. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag, it's Gavin McGill, followed by Adam Peerless, Angus Waddle, and the rest of the grid still flying on in as follows. So it's Glenn Marrison in 4th, Alan Jackies in 5th, David Jarvis in 6th, Joshua Francis 7th, Chris Kelly 8th, James Harris in 9th, and then Alex Whiteley rounds out your top 10. So then a change up to the running order. We've got the 177s out next due to a delay for the senior Rotax grid. So let's see how this one plays out. Martin Marison on the front row along with Derek Hunt. Just noticing as well, the FP4 formulas are so kind. They're putting their hands up to all the marshals to say thank you. Oh. Gentlemen. So then the formation lap then for the 177s. So then let's get ready to open this race up. So down the main straight as we get ready for the 177 Masters final. So that was the 177's Masters final. Derek Hunt winning that one by 13.04 seconds. So the long-awaited Senior Rotax final, which sees Daniel Tribe and Ben Page on the front row. So let's see how this one plays out very shortly. Running a bit behind time. So the last race of today, the Senior Rotax final, has a change up to the schedule. So 12 minutes plus a lap for the Senior Rotaxes as we go for, like I said, the last 12 minutes here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Be finishing just after 5 o'clock here. So down the main straight we come then. And we are underway for the final race of today, the final race of round number 5, and storming into the lead, or trying to storm into the lead here, who gets unfortunately nudged off a little bit. There's the 48, that was Bertie Wellesley. He was trying for an outside move there. But the 61 not given enough room. So it's the 61 followed by the WC. After which would have been an absolutely storming start there by Bertie. So it's Daniel Tribe, Ben Page, Sam Mitchell, Arthur Thacker, Rufus Flang, Cameron Crockett, Bertie Wellesley down to 7th. And then it's George Spilsbury, Jamie Burt, then Ellis Warlock. Dan Milner given a contact warning. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend for our race leaders. So flying into the hairpin here. As a little spin at the back there's held one straight into the side. Stop 3 of them there. All drivers look alright, but I think they're all wedged together. That was a huge impact to the side there. That was the 75 that was involved, 38, and also 30, well, I don't need to guess, 75, 39, and 38 that were involved in that one. Not ideal, but it looks like the 75 continuing on, and Spilsbury and Reese Pope both retire. So comeback day for Reese Pope, unfortunately, a DNF there. for the third and final time today. Jamie Burke given a mechanical flag. All going on within the first 3 minutes. So it's Tribe, Page and Thacker. As we've lost 3 out of the 15, so 12 still remain. As we near what would normally be the starting time for the heats. Tribe leading away by 1.1 seconds here. So top bend down the main straight then. The 14 out threatening the WC. I was going to say it should be the WC threatened as he goes down the inside at the hairpin just off camera and claims P2 at the moment to our Wessex champion. So down the main straight we come as Thacker is on the move. Fast lap goes to Daniel Tribe of 34.00 on lap 7 of 8. So on the previous lap here. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, down the inside goes the 66 of Jamie Bradfield. So 4 drivers out, 11 remain. The senior Rotaxes for this one. Slightly dropping like flies. So back to our leader then. Leading by 1.98 seconds. Unchanged for the gap, but the WC being left behind by the 14. .43 right behind the 88 of Cameron Crockett as we go from the top bend down the main straight. So Cameron Crockett given a contact warning. As Bertie Wellesley back down to P6. At the moment, Daniel Tribe still leads the way, though, in what is becoming a bit actionless at the front. So the battle still continues between the 88 and 48 for 5th position. These two are the only closest ones on track for battle-wise. As Bertie Wellesley also given a contact warning. As we go down into Billy's. Trying the old switchback, but Cameron Crockett's shut the door there. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Bertie really trying to battle on hard here. Just going to invite Jamie Bradfield to the party too. So 2 minutes 15 to go. And then for a lot of us here at Clay Pigeon, it will be home time. There goes our leader into the top bend towards that direction. As he is now leading by what is nearly 2 seconds, and it's 1.93. Arthur Thacker trying to close the gap to try, but he's too quick at the minute. So continuing on. Another contact warning given to Bertie Wellesley. So we go into Billy's. As those two really battling on, 33 seconds remain. Still very close between Crockett and Wellesley. Again, the door shut to not create a pass here. And looks like we'll be coming to the closing stages now. So down the main straight comes Daniel Tribe. And it is last lap here for this race. Looks like it was a rather close call there. So around the horse should we go, the right hand up. And then towards the top bend we go, because ladies and gentlemen, to take the checkered flag for the senior Rotax final, it goes to Daniel Tribe. Then it's Arthur Thacker, Ben Page, Rufus Flan, Cameron Crockett, then Bertie Wellesley, then followed by Jamie Bradfield, Henry Swanson, Jacob Martin, and then Ellis Warlock. So then, ladies and gentlemen, that is it then for this one. Again, you can find all the race results by scanning the QR code or the link on the YouTube chat. But from us here at Clay Pigeon Raceway, it's the end of the day, which means that is all for us. So, we shall see you all next month for the Rotax Festival. Ooh. We'll see you all soon.